Good, right? Hello.
Hello.
So, hopefully everybody's doing well today. Looks like there's a large group here. Can I help out?
Um, with question 11, after looking at the or ALA 11, after looking at or listening to the yesterday's lecture, I'm going through and doing the lattice, and I'm wondering if, well, I guess just straight up going with, say, standard at the very end, going back to its parents, it would be 5 if we use the assumption that they're F6 lines before our varieties, and so they have a relationship to themselves of 1. When we go back, we follow each and every path back to F1, correct? As an independent source of inheritance. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I follow what you're asking. So
Okay.
why don't you show me what you're thinking? You can share your screen.
All right. So what I'm thinking is standard is, of course, down at the bottom.
Yep.
I'm starting to calculate. So I'm going MN80, robust, Morex to F1 as one line of inheritance, but I also have to take into account the XL to robust to Morex to F1 and the XL to MN77 to robust to Morex to F1.
That's right.
Correct. Okay. I just wanted to be double sure that I wasn't like double counting in certain spaces.
Right. Although you also have to recognize that Morex and M28 are related to each other.
Right.
And so you have another path, and that comes through MN Minnesota 72.
Yep. I didn't mention it, but yeah, because robust has 3 different ways that it goes in there, I wanted to make sure that you go through each and every one to go back that way. Okay.
Yeah. Others? Has anybody tried to circumvent the whole tabular method and the recursive tabular method and just use the R code?
Not yet for me.
Okay.
I know somebody did.
Go ahead, Boris.
Oh yeah, right now I'm on M80, so I'm remaining 2 columns to do that. But I use the following assumption that I want to confirm with you. So,
Boris, I can't hear you. Could you speak up?
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Yes, thanks.
Yeah, so I was saying that I get from part 11 of them, so I'm remaining 2 columns. But I really having some basic assumption that I want to confirm with you. Is that okay?
No, I didn't follow you. I'm sorry. Please try.
So I've made the following assumption that I want to confirm with you.
Okay.
So I consider Morex, M28, X, and Y. So I created a parent X, which crossed with F1 gave Morex. And then I had shown a parent Y crossed with F1 gave M28. Then I considered, since Valley is a set-related crop, X, Y, F1, all the founders I consider them to be inbred. And they were sourced from different origins, so they are unrelated. Is that possible?
So you're talking about applied learning
11.
well,
No, 11 actually.
11. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, and so I'm gonna just bring up and make sure I understand what you're asking.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and so we have this. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see.
And now you were asking something about.
Yeah, I consider that parent as X. That's
So you have some parent over here that you call X.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And for M28, I created another parent called Y.
And so you have another parent over here called Y.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So now X, F1, Y, Bounty, they're all founders. Now, since Bali is a self-limited club, I consider these founders to have a high inbreeding.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm assuming that the F value will be around 1. Is that okay?
yeah. All of your founders. You say the barley is a crop that in the wild or from the original founders is not an outcrossing species.
Yeah.
And since it's not an outcrossing species, you think, or you're saying that each one of these founders is related to themselves. They have a high coefficient of inbreeding, but they have no relationship to each other.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's a good assumption to make. Yeah.
Okay. Then my second assumption is that all the other remaining lines, Morex, M28, and so on, I consider all of them as developed varieties after several generations of selfing. So I think they also have an inbreeding coefficient of almost 1.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah. So their coefficient of inbreeding their coefficient of inbreeding for each one of those is, if you go through the algebra, you again end up with what you just suggested. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
In fact, everything that is a variety, you can assume everything that's a variety has been self-pollinated. It's been cleaned up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you agree with that? M28 is also a variety, so that's what it be. M28.
Yeah. So yeah. So M28 looks to me like it's a real variety.
Okay.
These things here, Minnesota 72 and Minnesota 77 and Minnesota 80 look to me like they're probably lines, but so a line is what, derived in the F5 or so, F6, who knows? But it's close enough to being fully homozygous that it's probably not worth worrying about the coefficient of inbreeding being 0.975 or 0.985 or whatever it would be. You might as well just say that it's close enough to 1 that I'm going to let it be 1.
Right.
It'll certainly make your calculations for your recursive process much easier to just assume that the coefficient of inbreeding of those particular lines is indeed, it's 1/2 times 1 plus what is f of x? Well, f of x is probably 1.
And for that, I thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
So I am still working on table for ALA 11. but I went ahead and tried to do the R script, just the examples that you had put on Canvas. And I was just wondering what the true and false. So in the example for the R script.
Okay, sure. Yeah, good question. Yeah, so yeah, let's go ahead. That's something that's worth spending a couple minutes with the group. Maybe it's even worth going over in class. But let's just. I'm going to open up a RStudio session, and I'll import that, and we'll take a look at it. Okay.
Okay.
There it is. Okay. So I'm just going to run some of this code so that you can see what happens. Oh, by the way, did you install Pedigree first?
Yes.
Okay, so some of you may not have installed this piece of software, and you just use this install button down here. And then I'm going to read in, well, it doesn't really matter whether I read in the self-pollinate, let's just read in the self-pedigree. Okay, and what you end up with is a set of, let's take a look at let's connect this to the to what we're at, the actual data. There it is. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so and if you remember, there's probably worth even showing a diagram here, just so that all the connections all the way back to the diagram are clear. Okay, so here's what the self-pollination pedigree looks like, and that gets translated into this format. So we have A and B. We don't know what their parents are, so we leave them blank. And then we have C, and C has parents A and B. And then we have C1, and C1's parents are C and C. Okay, and then we have C2 with parents C1, C1, and you can see that the connection between the actual diagram and then this, and I've carried this a little bit further. I said, well, I also have a few more generations of self-pollination in this file. Okay, so if that's what we're reading in, then we should probably take a look at that and see, is that what I really got in? And I have this ID. It has one value for each of these, and then same with the ID for parent 1 and parent 2. There's some blanks. There's a couple of blanks in there. And then we calculate, the inbreeding for each of these individuals. So I've got A has no inbreeding, B is not inbred, C is not inbred, but C1 is inbred. It's 50% inbred because it came out of that self-pollination of individual C. And C2 is 75% inbred, or if you want, a quarter of it is heterozygous, and then C3 is 87.5% inbred, C4 and C5. Okay, so all of that I think is probably pretty clear to everybody. Now, the next thing we want to do is I want to pay attention to the number of individuals in my data set. And so this is what this is. This has to do with the number of rows that are in that file. And so that just says, well, there's 8. Now I'm going to make my A matrix. I'm going to make the A matrix out of this data set called S. And this which equals C, and then there's this REP says repeat. Okay, so this is gonna seem a little bit weird, but there's this term called false and this term called true. And the sum of false and true has to sum up to the number of individuals. And I'll show you what happens if it's not. This all has to do with how much information do you want out of your pedigree information. Let's just try something. I'm going to change, first of all, and call this 2, and I'm going to call this 6. Now, 2 and 6 sum up to be 8. I'd like to make the A matrix. And what this is saying is that, I'm not really interested in the first 2 individuals. The first 2 individuals, I know they're not related to each other, so I'm not really very interested in. And then what I want some sort of table, and I'll call it, read this table A.text. And now that's now part of AS, and which is the A matrix for the selfing. And so this is what this table looks like. It's got 3 vectors in it. Okay, and these vectors here have got some values, and it's kind of hard to read that. But this first one says, well, this first line says, what's the relationship of the 3rd member of the table with itself? Okay, and so that's fully in. That relationship is given there. And then the 4th and the 3rd, well, it's kind of hard to read this table that way. So the next thing I do is I make this into a matrix such as I've already gotten used to looking at. Okay, so here's what you can now start to see the consequence of saying up here false 2 and true 6. Well, basically, I don't want any information from the first 2 columns, okay, because I know they're not related. And then, but from then on, I'm kind of curious about what the relationships are among the members as we come through this A matrix. Well, let's change that and say, what happens if instead I do this a little bit differently, and I say, well, false equals, I don't know, let's just say 0, okay, and true equals 8. So we're going to go through this whole process again. We're going to attach S, and we'll ask So now what I see is I get the whole table filled out, okay, all the way back. And of course, on this diagonal, we have the, remember, this is the A matrix. So you say that, one of the things that you're tempted to do is say that these 2 individuals, remember, these are individuals, these aren't lines. These 2 individuals are related to themselves by basically 1/2. It's 1/2 times 1 plus the coefficient of inbreeding of the thing of itself. So this value in here, 1, is twice the size of what it should be because it's an A matrix. The A matrix is 2 times the coefficient of relationship matrix. And so the maximum value you can get in this table is going to be 2. And so 8 with itself. So what is 8? well, we have to go back and look at that pedigree and say, well, what is, whoops, not 8, not that pedigree, but the selfing pedigree. And so the 8th member, which is down here, A, this is the first member, second member, so forth, that's C5. So, the selfing generation 5 is mostly fully inbred. If the A matrix would say 2 if it were fully inbred. Now, what happens if you mess up? Let's just say, and then I'm going to detach this. If you don't, these things don't add up to 8, and so there's the possibility that you might type in something like false 0, and you've kind of lost track of how many individuals are in your pedigree. That's part of the reason why I printed off. But let's just say that we said 7 or 6 or 5 or some other number, and now if we run this, it doesn't look like anything is unhappy, but it does say there's something that's unhappy here. Okay, so actually it didn't calculate anything for me. Why is it printing something? Well, because I already had values in here for AS from the previous cycle through the analysis. And so from the previous cycle, I still have AS. If I removed AS and removed CPMAT from my environment, all I would have gotten is an error message. So these numbers have to sum up to 8 in order for this bit of code to work properly. Yeah, so does that help?
Yeah, and so I guess once we use R in ALA 12, basically in number 1, are you asking us for the A matrix?
Yeah, let's take, let me make sure. That's what I'm asking you for. Yeah, I may, if I ask I got to look at the question that I wrote. Let's see here. There it is.
And the A matrix is basically double of the 2 times the recursive tabular.
Well, yeah, it's actually 2 times the coefficient of relationship matrix. So coefficient of relationships are the things that you're calculating using these rules that,
Okay.
Yeah, and so coefficient of relationships is, and there's a reason for multiplying times 2 to get the A matrix, but and that has to do with animal systems of breeding, but we've adopted them. So use R to determine the relationships among these L lines, and so if you give me the A matrix, that's okay, and if you take the A matrix and divide everything in it by 2, that's also okay, because I wasn't really clear about what kind of do I want the animal relationship matrix, or do I want coefficient of relationship matrix? I wasn't very clear about that. So do either one. It's easiest probably to just take this as your output and cut and paste it into your answer sheet.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Sure. Now, if one of you figures out, and in the past, I've had students figure out how to get these brackets that define columns or rows to actually get those to be replaced with the names that are in the ID column. But if you figure it out, let the rest of us know, because I'd like to figure that out. Somebody is, like I say, in the past, I've had students that figured out how to get the labels put on to the column headings and row headings. And I didn't pay attention and ask them for the code, so I've never quite learned how to do that. Don't spend a lot of time on it, but if one of you already knows how to do that, how to connect basically a matrix with an array, and the array holds the names, that would be really great.
Having had a look at electron, I'm just thinking about the assumption that the line will derive in the F2 geometry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how is that going to affect?
Well, the main reason I said F3 generation is because if you look at this pedigree here, you know, so this one here is the F1, F2, F3. I don't want you to have to fill in your table all the way down to the F6 or 7 or 8 or 9, because that's just tedious and time consuming. And so as long as you've done it to the F3, that's close enough. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm just trying to save you some time, this tedious, time-consuming, and maybe, you know, somebody knows how to do that automatically in Excel, and you could teach the rest of us how to do that. But it would be great if, you know, if there's some clever way to fill out the Excel spreadsheet just based on, you know, you just tell it, I want to go to the F3. And there we'd have some sort of macro that would fill it in. And I'm sure some software developer could, or somebody that's very good with Excel could figure out how to do that. But I'm certainly not clever enough to do it. So, but I'd love to learn if somebody has got a clever way of dealing with Excel. Okay, other questions? I get the sense that most people are actually doing, you know, just based on the nature of the questions I've got so far, I get the sense most everybody's got this sort of figured out, so that's encouraging. And there were some really good questions. In fact, the question that Todd, no, maybe it was Zach. Zach, was it you who sent it to me on Monday night or Tuesday night?
Yep.
Yeah. So that question made me go back and take a look at, you know, page 44 and Bernardo. That, you know, it made me realize that people are really thinking about, you know, this diagram and how to translate that into what was taught, and that was pretty encouraging. And in fact, you know, I was really looking forward to getting back to my Bernardo book and just, okay, what did he do here, and where did he, you know, and what it really boils down to is that when we make these pedigree diagrams, we hide a lot of information. We don't actually explicitly indicate how many generations of self-in goes on. Were you able to find that on page 40 of Bernardo's book, where he elaborated on that? Zach?
Yeah, sorry, I haven't gotten back to look yet, but the discussion of yesterday's lecture really helped.
Okay, all right. Anyway, I appreciate the question. Made me pull the book off the shelf and go read it. Find out what he was doing. If anybody else has problems, or, you know, when you run this code it doesn't quite make sense, let me know. Um, most of this code it really has to do with managing matrices instead of managing tables, and they are kind of distinct. A matrix is distinct as far as R is concerned. A matrix is very distinct from a table. So that's some of this strange code that says C, rep, etc. That all has to do with concatenate. Okay, and so but it's very idiosyncratic to the way R deals with matrices. We're going to get to the point where, see, Reginald, did I send you ALA2 at this point, the spreadsheet? I don't recall if I sent it to you yet.
I looked at my email. It was earlier today, but I haven't looked at it this evening.
Okay, well, I got to thinking about it, and I thought, well, maybe what I ought to do is take my spreadsheet for ALA2 and just post it, or put it into the this not here. Put it into, what do we call this darn thing? It's called Canvas. Yeah, Canvas. I couldn't get Canvas out of it. Yeah, so I'll put it into Canvas, in a module in Canvas, because you may not be the only one who that doesn't or didn't do it quite right for ALA2, and I don't want to deduct points from people who try to calculate the predicted values using the normal equations, with kind of the wrong format, or not quite right. So I'll put my ALA2 answer sheet onto the Canvas module for the population genetics module. And so you should, if I haven't sent it to you, you can get it there. Here, well, I can do it right now while everybody's here, and if anybody is thinking up any other questions, they can deal with it.
I have one question about the code you gave us in R real quick. Just at the bottom of the code, there are 4 lines. I'm assuming that's just the sync and the F. That's just helpful. That's nothing we need to work with, right?
Yeah, I'm going to delete it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
just making sure.
Yeah, it's just residue from previous activities.
Before you get on R there,
Okay.
you read in a file called a.text. What was that for?
Oh, well, yeah, so I filed out of this already. Let's see, RStudio, let's just bring it back up. Yeah, and so what this is this is just a way for me, for us to, well, if you remember over here in the, what it does is it sort of creates this, let's see. So after we make the A matrix, what I want to do is create a table that I can actually read. And so this a.text comes out of the make a function that exists inside of, so this read table ADOT text is something that just allows me to take a look at it.
So that make a function creates that a.text file in our directory for us.
Yeah, you don't see it, but let's see. I'm not even.
Yeah, it does put a file on our computer,
Yeah.
Okay.
in the folder, but yeah.
Yeah, and you'll.
I just wanted to make sure that wasn't something we had to.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to create ADOT text.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's part of the make a function. You can download from the website the documentation on Pedigree if you want. In fact, I've done that at one time just so that I could find all this stuff in there. But it's part of these packages here. It's probably part of the reshape package that is part of the overall or the bigger Pedigree package. Or it's the reshape function that's part of the Pedigree package. Yeah, no, you don't have to create that a.text.
Great, thanks.
Yep. Let's see. While I'm here, whoops. Yeah. Do I really want to bring up yeah, that's fine. Bring up another incidence of this. And I want to put the ALA2. So I've got to go find ALA2. That may take a minute. Let's see if I've got it in here. It's ALA2 demonstrate. Okay, yeah, good. So maybe it's already in the review files anyway, but let's take a look. Nope, it's not there. All right. Yeah, the LA2 demonstration of matrix operations. And now back here on the page, I want to go to the page that's got population genetics. Edit that thing. Then I want to add a file that's got ALA2 in it. There we go. All right, so I need to make sure that gets saved. And the other thing is, sometimes there's kind of a weird piece in here that if I don't, yeah, it may not be published. Files. Oh, wrong one. Okay, it's published. Okay. So yeah, can you all see that ALA2 in this one here? Can you see it and download it? The demonstration of matrix operations.
I think it's in there now. Yeah.
I can see it.
Okay, good. A lot of you did it without any problem. On the spreadsheet, there's sort of 2 pages. The first page has something of just some general matrix operations, and the second page is the one that's got all the, it'll pull it up here in a second, I think. There it is, yeah. Okay, so there's some general matrix operations, inverse and transpose and all that, but then there's this Marley pedigree stuff that's in there, and the various solving for B and U. So, you know, there's this piece where you have to put in the numerator relationship matrix, and this numerator relationship matrix that's in there right now says that they're not related to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to calculate it so that it is related to each other, and then that'll flow through and change all of these down here. But you have to do the Control Shift Enter. Okay, anything else?
I'm just trying to think of the question that's going to come up 2 minutes after you sign out.
Now, by definition,
I know. That's what breeders are for, right? We think ahead.
yeah, that's right. You're supposed to think ahead. Exactly. Okay, well, I'll let you all go then. It's 10:06, and I need to walk home.
Have a good night.
Yeah, at least I hope I can. Looks like the new snow is it's still walkable. Okay. See ya.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You bet.
What's up, y'all?
Hoping for a productive evening of getting stuff done.
Yeah. I'm in the path of that snowstorm, so if we can get this all wrapped up tonight in a neat little bow, then when I get stuck in it on Saturday in Duluth, I won't be freaking out about having to get home in time to get it done.
Nice. What you doing in Duluth?
The section finals for boys basketball.
Cool. That's where I got my undergrad degree.
Oh, really? Okay. I live over by Grand Rapids, Minnesota.
Nice.
So less than 2 hours. But yeah, it's been quite a week here, so I'm a little down. Or tired. It's because I've been up early. My son, they had I don't remember what they call it. It's like sections for band. So he had to be at school at 6:15 Monday. Tuesday was choir, same thing. And last night they went down to the state hockey tournament because our high school team was in the quarterfinal or semifinals, whatever it is. No, the first round anyways. So they won last night, but the boys didn't get back till 4 in the morning.
Oh.
Yeah, and then my son had to be back to school because he's in Knowledge Bowl at 7:30. So, oh yeah, he's having a rough week.
Nice.
And then, tomorrow I drive down. I got maybe drive down and drive back to St. Paul. Maybe leave before the storm hits, and then Saturday's Duluth. So it's just a week.
Yeah, I guess.
For those of you that are interested in hearing all that. So anyway, how goes building the matrix?
It's horrible.
Yeah, I don't know what. I'm gonna just do it in R, like, and then just copy in the Excel from there, or copy it in.
That's what I was thinking too when he showed us that today. Is like, why am I
This is
doing
way,
it myself?
yeah, it's way too much easier to do it in R.
Yeah. So
Well,
then I have to figure out.
I'm going to run this by you guys because I did some of it just to see what you think. Because going by his notes, it's a lot easier than I thought. But I agree, running it through R seems like it'd be smart. Is this what you guys are starting to come up with?
I thought it was on a good track on Tuesday night, and then that's when I started looking in the textbook, and then I saw Bernardo was doing it differently, and then I got frustrated and like rage quit. So
I hear you. Well, what I'm saying is because down the diagonals are all ones, that makes it a lot easier going back. Although, like I was talking at the beginning of this, going back from standard to F1, there's a lot of lines to figure out what the heck is going on.
It just seems like a lot of busy work.
Yep. I agree with that.
So hopefully it's easier to just run the code.
Oh yeah, I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
See where you guys are at.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, Boris.
Yeah, I saw what you have. UNK1. Can you share the screen again?
Oh, sure. There you go.
Yeah. So UNK1, what is that?
I didn't hear that. What?
UNK1. And
Your
UNK
unknown one, is it unknown Morix
yeah.
or unknown M28?
Unknown one is would be, I believe, your X,
Oh, okay. I see.
and this should be your Y then.
Okay. So what I would say is that if we are following his rules in the north, they should come before Munker and Bumper, because we said we start from the first generation, next the second generation. So in the first generation, I mean, my first pre-sales, I had unknown one, F1, and unknown 2. And then the next one is Morex, Munker, and M28. I don't know if you are getting that one.
Yeah, well, I was going off of what Dr. Beavis had said on Tuesday night, which was that F1, Manker, Bumper, and then the two unknowns would all be founders.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I have them where they are right now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so these would all be the founders right here.
Okay. I see.
But you're right. I probably could put it in before Manker and Bumper to keep it cleaner. But that's part of the whole. That's when I was asking about how to set this up and if there was an easier way.
Okay.
Sounds like R is the easier way.
Okay.
So I
Yep.
So I thought I understood when he was talking about the R code. So I understand the repetition false true, but on the next one, did you guys understand that? So where we have the CP mat, and then he did the AS dot matrix, and then there's some numbers in there. Do you guys understand what those numbers are?
I don't. It just seems like that's the code that's actually creating the matrix format.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. I don't understand that, but if it works, let the magic in the machine do its magic.
Have you tried running it?
Let me try plug in those numbers and run it.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that.
So do you guys have what you're gonna plug into R ready?
Yes, for ALA 12 or 11.
Oh, I'm on 11 still, but
I didn't make that one yet.
Yeah, I'm still I'm just starting it, so
But I think we would just change those so we could say, for example, make F1A unknown marks B. Is that? I think that's what he was saying in the last lecture.
Okay.
you could do that. I don't think you have to though.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you had to or not.
Just as long as you keep your, because it's the matrix spits out 1 to 8, like what he just showed us. Like ours will be 1 to 13, I believe. However many we end up putting in. So just make sure you that order is straight, so you know what you're looking at the end of it.
Okay. Okay.
Hello?
I'm back.
Hi.
Oh,
Hi.
hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. What I missed in the office hours?
We're
Everything.
giving up on making this table. We're just doing it in R because something I thought I'd never say. It's easier to just do it in R.
Yeah, that is kind of creepy.
Oh my god.
The world has come to an end.
He's worked his magic. He did it. I'm a convert.
Surprising.
Oh, F1's not a line, is it? That's silly.
So I have a question. When you're filling out your table for ALA 11, are you always putting the same parent in the same ID parent 2 row, such as, for example, when you're doing robust and MN72, they both have maker as a parent. It doesn't matter which column maker goes in. Or did I just?
didn't, but I'm not sure if it matters.
Okay.
Sorry, say that again.
Okay, so look at robust and look at MN72. Both of them have maker as a parent.
Mhm.
Does it matter? Does it have to be an ID parent 2 for both of them, or ID parent 1 for both of them, or can maker be in either one and it doesn't matter?
Oh, I think you can list stuff as often as you need to.
And it doesn't matter if you swap them in one column or the other column?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay, I'm going to say it doesn't matter, but you know, I've got to be that guy.
I don't think it should, but just as long as you spell everything the same, it should be. I'm gonna try running it here pretty quick.
You are the man. Look at you go.
Did he give you the script for R, I guess, since I missed the office hours?
Yeah, it's on Canvas.
Oh. It's on Canvas in the notes.
In the
Oh, breeding
Modular?
R. There you go.
Okay.
Regular systems of breeding R. What a nice guy.
All right.
Let's see if this saves to a notepad. Nope. Nope.
So do we have to make up 3 different files for this? Or is it just the one?
For ALA 11 or 12.
There's the self-ped, FS-ped, and FS and self-ped.
Those are just different examples. I think for ALA 11 it's just one, and then ALA 12 will just be a huge, massive one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are just some examples we could play with.
I wasn't sure with FS itself if they were a combination of the both of them. I haven't opened them up to look at them.
Oh, you guys mind if I share my Excel table that I'm plugging the parents into just to make sure I am on the right track?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool, thank you.
There was our big chance to give her a bad time.
I'm too delicate. I'm sensitive. I cry easy. I can't handle it.
Okay, I'll be nice. Sorry.
It's okay. All right, so here's my Excel sheet. So what did you guys do with Bumper? Because that would just be like more unknowns. Or did you just like put it in the top as a parent?
Bumper is just a founding parent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then Maker is a founding parent as well. So these 4 can just go here as blanks, and then these are what they are.
And we have F1 up there as well.
Oh, F1 is a line. Okay, I was uncertain about that. And oh yeah, because F1 is parent to Morex.
Oh,
Yes.
it wouldn't be a night of running R if it wasn't a night of having to restart R.
Awesome. Thanks for looking at my sheet. Stop.
Okay. Okay, so far so good.
What are you up to?
Woohoo! It seems to have worked. I don't know how to. Can I stretch this out and make it look better?
You have to do text columns, I think.
Or are you putting it in a spreadsheet?
Yeah. So it spits it out into
Yep, exactly.
2 chunks. Let's see. Wonder if I can cut that.
Oh, crud. It put my bottom 2 for whatever reason. And, why did it do? I gotta do this again. Dang it. Did it work for you, Zach?
I'm still trying to expand it in Excel.
Why is that black? Oh, man.
I may just, I'd rather just retype this all instead of just actually calculating it, so.
When you guys pulled it to read the pedigree library, did you get like a little bit of text after where it had to load other required packages?
Yes.
Okay, and then it said something about, did it say that your package matrix is masked?
Yes, the following object is masked. Expand.
Okay, excellent. I just wanted to check before.
Yeah, the 3 it loaded were matrix, haplosim, and reshape.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, so in his R code, I'm having issues on the second part where it's like the NIND. Did you guys run that one already? Like where you had the AFS in his code?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that worked.
You have to have your numbers right. It's I did false 5, true 8 because we have 5 pair founder lines and 8 setup.
Oh,
Does that
okay.
match?
That's what I did. I had 13 as the total number in there. Thank you.
Yep.
Or what did your, so Jacques, when you did your diagonals, there should be 1. Did that come out as all 1s for you? Because mine are, they're all 1s up to.
What are you talking about? I'll ask that. Why don't you show me and I'll see if it's the same. Oh, okay. In there.
So like 7 by
No,
7.
mine.
1.
Okay.
It's 1. 9 by 9 is 1.
Why is all your stuff so light?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just the way
Okay.
it's pasted in.
Let's see. You're in.
But like 10 by 10 is 1.15. 11 by 11 is
Block off your first 5, so that makes a difference right there. Okay, so 6 and 6 should be 1. Let's see if I've. Mine is 6. Yeah, I've got 1, 0.25, 0.5, 0.125, 0.3125, 0.40625, da da da. I'm running down the 6th line. Yeah, we got the same numbers. The same stupid 13 is black. I don't know what that's all about. And why is that one green? Does anybody get that reference? Damn.
No.
My kids introduced me, if you got time to waste some time, my kids introduced me to a video series on YouTube called Dragon Ball Z Abridged. And it's nothing but snark and smartassery It's a whole different storyline. It's really funny. And that particular phrase comes in at one point in time. It's pretty hilarious, but I'll let
I
you.
watched the OG Dragon Ball back in like middle school, elementary school.
Yeah, well, this is definitely more making fun of it than anything. It's really well done.
Oh, nice.
Anyways, looking at your list, I believe we have the same values. The only thing is that to figure this all out, we got to cut everything in half. That's a surprisingly small table at the end.
Does that get saved somewhere, that table in your folder, or did you copy
We have to
it?
cut and paste, or copy and paste.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know there's a way to get those IDs in there. Oh, I am dying to figure it out. I figured Michelle would be like the super guru. Well, didn't Michelle? Weren't you the one that found out how to do the IDs in the box plot or the
Punnett Square.
well, not the Punnett Square, the one before where we did the two branches together of the for the exam. I got to go back to the biplot. There we go. Whoever figured out how to do that with the biplot, I thought that was Michelle. He deserves a hell of an attaboy.
I don't think it was me. I think it was Chelsea, maybe. Sorry, I've been talking to myself.
Okay. Well, whoever did, I don't have the time to go find it right now, but I've been trying to steal from that, but it hasn't worked so far. And I did find the general, I don't even know what version of pedigree we have on here.
Okay, sorry, back to the R script. So which one did you actually use? So the first one says like the data, load the data from the spreadsheet, so do that. And then, did you guys run any of the others, like the FS and self pedigree, or because my table doesn't look the same as yours?
Here you go.
Like it's in a different order.
Well, I'll show you what I got and see if it matches up with what you got. How's that sound?
Okay.
So the only thing that I changed from what he gave us is this right here, this 5 and 8.
Okay.
That's it. And then the results of all that mess. See, there's where I loaded it up. I did the summary just to make sure.
Yep.
I got 13 outputs. So that worked. There's 13. I got this nice long list, and then here's all the code that ran.
Oh, okay. I have the so what I'm seeing right here is what you have there. So like 1, 1 is 0. I was thinking Zach's was different.
No, well, Zach's is different. He didn't block out the first 5 like I did.
Gotcha.
That first
Okay.
5. Yep. Dang it, Zach. Always
Now
gotta
that
be better.
explains it.
It confuses me because if you, like, when we were creating it in the table, before we started using R, that 1, 1 value, wouldn't that be the F1 relationship?
You mean it confuses you that we have zeros in there?
Yeah.
Well, that's just based on what Dr. Beavis was saying, is that we don't care about the founding lines because we know that they're related to themselves. That's it.
Oh, okay.
So we're just counting them out.
I see.
You can put them in there and it's fine. That's why I was giving Zach a bad time because, he's doing it technically probably the right way.
I see. Yes. Let me try not to mask it and see if that makes more sense to me.
Does anyone have values in their table that are greater than 1?
I do.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
normal. Remember, we got to cut these by 2 to get the same thing as the table we would make otherwise.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Although that does seem kind of weird, but oh well.
So do we cut all values by 2?
Yep. Because this
So-
is the A. I want to call it the A frame. That's not right.
But so like even the 1.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that weird? It makes it a 0.5.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right because I was thinking,
You know?
Because what he said in class yesterday was that they would all be.
yeah, 1.
I don't have an answer for you. All I can say is that that is how it comes out.
Yeah, this must be using the same logic that the textbook does.
Well, everything that I'm seeing online, trying to find how to keep the names and try and redo the IDs, is based on animal stuff. So this is definitely being run from like cattle in particular, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work if he's assuming that all these are. Yeah, damn it.
Well, we might have to sit and make a note in there and go, well, guess what?
But did he say he was fine with either doing the A matrix or dividing all by 2? And he was happy with either?
That
He
was
did
for
say that.
11 or 12. He said that
For 12.
specifically for 12, but
Okay.
let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm reading this right, but if I am reading this right, it's saying that. Ooh, I got to figure out how I've got to put my labels in. Yeah, here's my problem that I have with this table, and I'm not sure exactly how to deal with it. It's saying that there's a relationship between Morex and M28, which is baloney because they're founder lines. Well, M28's a founder line, has nothing to do with Morex.
Morris and M28 both have F1 as their parent.
Yeah.
they should be related.
Never mind. Wow. Okay, that's why I need you guys here tonight, because holy criminy.
I mean, this table still is not what he's looking for because, yeah, I just don't know.
I can't believe I just did that.
So what are you not sure about, Zach?
I mean, because I think this table is assuming the same logic that Bernardo's textbook is. That was my original question, because in Bernardo's textbook, all of these individual cultivars would have a coefficient of kinship as 0.5 instead of 1. Or sorry. Or yeah, 0.5. Where if we started with 1, our A matrix should be 2s across the whole diagonal, not 1.
I wonder if.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I wonder if in our file for the parents of those, if we put, say, example F1, we put parent F1, F1, and then unknown marks, if we put unknown marks, if that will give us 1.
That's a good point.
Say that again.
Like for the parents, so in our table that we're creating to plug into R, you have your ID value and then parent 1, parent 2. But if we want it to be equal to 1, if we say for those 5, they're their own parents, I wonder if that would make the value. I don't know. I'm gonna try it and see.
So like F1 would be F1, 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 all 3.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Be careful, there are loops in the pedigree.
Yeah, it might not work.
It's worth a shot, though. Like.
Yeah, I think I'm getting the same thing, though.
Oh, are you? Did you try it?
Yeah.
It still comes out to 0.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the exact same thing.
Okay.
Unless my file isn't reading, but.
No, I got the same. Well, why did it do that? Huh.
What'd yours do?
It didn't even change. I changed my make A and it didn't change. So I'm going to run it again here.
Yeah, I haven't finished running the code yet because I ran into problems early on. Quite early. Which is embarrassing because he gave us the code, but
oh no, I get a weird error. Be careful, there are loops in the pedigree.
I'm still not getting what Zach got.
What are you getting?
Well, what I did is I changed it to true 13, so I should be getting all of the first 5 columns with numbers, and I'm not. It's still ignoring it, even though I went through and reran it and reloaded the file. That's odd. And just got to restart R again.
Can't win some days.
Well, it's just like par for the course.
I'm just wondering if my code looks right. Like, I took what he showed us in class, but I'm getting a lot of errors right away. Like,
Just copy and paste the R folder or R file he gave us
Oh, where's that?
on the canvas on where he put everything else.
Yeah, I was looking in like the population genetics folder.
It is in
It's there.
population genetics.
Definitely down.
Yep, regular systems of breeding.r.
Okay, thank you.
Download that, open it up with Notepad, copy and paste. And you will be a happy lady.
Actually, if you click on it and just open it in R, it actually comes up as a new project.
And upstaged by Tyler.
But I mean, it's good to like copy and paste it into Notepad though, because you're probably going to need it for the exam.
No, I mean, I just copied it to my folder and then just opened it with Notepad and then copied it into R. Yeah, I'm just saving it in R after this, but.
Gotcha.
I think most of the time this is almost like a technical class. We know what we need to do. We know how to get there, but we spend like 90% of the time trying to find that, misplaced period or missing parentheses or something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Sounds like real life, right?
Still trying to find my way.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, so otherwise, I hadn't actually started all of these yet, creating the Excel. But were you guys just still using the calculations directly out of the book, pretty much like 1/2, 1/4, and all those different equations when you were doing this? Or did the infrared change that?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
I was wondering otherwise if we just check a couple with this. I like using this R for it.
I mean, I
Yeah.
checked a few with what I originally did, and it matches up. But it was just like, I think Morex and M28. Some of the other ones seem to be off of it. That might just be rounding.
Can we just go against his assumption and just say these are not cultivars, these are just normal lines? And then this is our A matrix from that.
I think that's fair.
So that our code should be, that our maker, that A matrix should be it.
So what assumption did you just propose that I wasn't paying attention to?
Basically the opposite of what he wants us to do. Instead of saying that all these are all cultivars, that they're just not lines.
Yep.
Like, selving eventually.
Yep.
Which would get their coefficients for each of them individually as 0.5, and then when you have your A matrix, that'd be 1 across the diagonals instead of the 2s, and as them being cultivars. Jack, when you were starting to calculate them manually, were you doing it by formula in Excel, or were you just kind of doing it by hand?
I was doing it by hand, all brain power, and as you can imagine, I'm scared. But here's what I got. So, if I'm figuring this correctly, I'm assuming this is how it works out, and it's all pretty insane, but
So could you go over like one of the standard ones? It's where it's like getting further away that I was kind of like, I was just going off of the lesson when I was first trying to walk through it. And like every time we got further out, like I had a couple where I got slightly off.
yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll share that with you. So here's how I'm doing it based on what he said, and you guys tell me if I'm nuts. So you start with standard. Each of its parents is going to be 0.5, and it just runs that way all the way through. So 0.5 to here, well, then it's 0.25 to MN77. That makes sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then 0.125, and then 0.06 whatever, and then whatever half, I got the numbers here somewhere, but anyways, you get it, you know, half,
Sure.
to get that. But then you also have to go half, and half, and half, It's 4 different ways to get from standard to F1 that you have to count in.
Mm-hmm.
So I just did it just now. What I did was I filtered it back to Morex and M28, because then they're it's not the right word, but I'm thinking they're standalone. They only have one line to F1. There isn't anything else. And I added my Morex count with my M28 and halved it, and that should be F1. But standard's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
So, again, so that's where I got this.
So I see on there you have UNK1. Where's
Yep.
that? That doesn't come in on that.
That's what he talked to us about on Tuesday night. Unknown 1 is the other parent attached to Manker.
Oh, okay.
Or Morex, I'm sorry, to Morex. So I just put it as unknown 1, and Boris has it as X, parent X. And then unknown 2 goes with M28. That's where he was talking about how Bernardo had M28 and Morex as full sibs, and he wanted them to be half sibs for this. Is that, you recall that?
I wasn't able to make it on Tuesday, so I couldn't even tell you.
Okay, well, he's been talking about it in the class lecture, too.
Yeah.
That's what he was talking
Well, that's
about.
what it. Yeah. Okay.
That's what he's been talking about. I think it was based on Zach's question. Is that right, Zach?
What's that?
That where he started talking about how F1 is, or M28 and Morex were supposed, or in Bernardo's book, are full sibs, but he wanted them to be half sibs, so we add those unknown parents. So Morex is made by F1 and some other unknown.
Yeah, my question was what the difference was between his table was saying the relationship between that A and E, was 1/4, where if you went to Bernardo's book, it was 1/2. I was confused where he was getting the difference there. I think, Jacques, if you go back to that.
Yeah, I see where you come up with that, Jacques, in the book. That Morex and M28.
Yeah, and that's just based on what he said.
Yeah.
I think
coefficient of co-ancestry between Morex and M28 is half if their parents are assumed unrelated. Okay.
What's up, Zach?
I think you got an issue with, correct me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't Morex be related to MN72? Because Morex's dad would be MN72's grandpa, if you want to look at it that way. So they should be related somehow.
Morex?
Yeah.
Morex, the only parent Morex has besides F1 is the unknown. Those are the only 2 parents for Morex.
Don't you go up till?
I don't go, there's no cross between Morex and M72 anywhere, and there's no cross with anything to Morex. It's not like M72 goes back to F1 or to the unknown.
It goes back to F1. It goes, well, it's the second generation, or it's 2 generations back, but it goes back to F1. You don't have to worry about that.
I don't think that the genes will, well.
They should have a relation.
Oh, crap, yeah, because F1 is a parent. To both of them, you're right.
I think you need to nest, you need to do more like nesting, because like the coefficient of...
No, my brain hurts suddenly, because yeah, you're right, then you gotta go backwards through all kinds of crazy crap.
I gotta leave soon, so I just want to kind of get this.
Oh, way to drop the bomb and walk out.
Well, I haven't been much help. What was that example he gave yesterday in lecture?
Yeah, you're right. It's like they're cousins, because F1 is the start, along with Unknown 1, Unknown 2. Manker is in there, and Bumper too. But
so he said the relationship between Robust and Morex, so just that one generation, is equal to the relationship of Manker and Robust and Morex, and then that equals 1/2 the relationship of Manker and Morex plus the relationship of Morex with itself.
okay, now decipher that. I like my calculations better. They're simpler and easier and make more sense. But, yeah. MN72 with Morex. Yeah, I think you're right. There's something there, but it's...
Emily, did you have any luck with this stuff?
Like doing it
manually? Yeah.
Yeah, I had most of it done, but I didn't think I wasn't sure how right it was. But I mean, comparing it to what we got from R, like it doesn't look too far off. The main thing is just that it goes over 1.
how are you guys adding the nesting to your like raw CDS sheet? Like just as like something in column D?
Ah, well, that works out. Okay, so the way that I'm reading it, and the way it works out with R, the way we run it with R, and actually what I would say is, in a weird way, R is taking into account the having it already, or I guess that's not the right way to put it. Anyways, to get the relationship between MOREX and M72, what the relationship with M72 and F1 is 0.25, and then you would have it again going to MOREX, so that should be 0.125, and that's what R calculated too. And apparently it's supper time, in case you guys didn't.
MOREX and what?
Between MOREX and MN72. I'm getting a relationship of 0.125, and that's how I would manually have calculated it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Does that match up with anybody else who's been doing the manual calculations?
I didn't get that far.
So what I'm describing is from MN77, or
It's matching up to the
MN72.
ones that I've gotten so far, though.
Yeah, so MN72, half, 1/4, and then to get to MOREX, it's 0.125, a half of that, 0.125. And that's the relationship between these two. But that also means that there's a relationship between these here and these here, as well as this. So in other words, I was doing all my calculations this way, but there's also a calculation this way and this way, and ultimately all the way around. So MOREX and standard go this way and this way and that way and this way.
One of the one of the relationships that looks like it might be wrong is MOREX and Maker. Because I thought that was supposed to be 0, but mine shows 0.5 from the...
Well, that's what Zach brought up, that Dr. Beavis was talking about, what, yesterday? Or Monday or something? Where MOREX and Maker are related through Robust.
I thought you said it was this 0.
No, yeah, they should be related.
Okay.
MOREX and Maker should have 0.
But in R, it shows 0.5.
Not in my R.
Yeah, I have 0.
Really?
4 to 6 here.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I have a 0 as well.
I have 0 as well, and I ran the whole stupid list.
Yeah, I did the same thing. Ah.
Did you count it off right when you looked back at your original list?
Well, like when I set up the file?
Like, the R gives you the output of 1 to 13. Just make sure you're counting it right when you go back to when you reference your original.
I think R is right as far as for doing it manually, because a lot of this stuff is working out correctly with what I manually did, except when I didn't add in some of those relationships that are there. Such as, what is 12 and 5? So there's no relationship between MN80 and unknown parent 2. Is what unknown parent 2 would be, the one that goes off of M28, and MN80, there's no relationship there at all. And I agree with that now, knowing what's going on. So,
yeah, I would agree as well that there's no relationship there.
So I'm saying R did its job.
I just wonder why it gets above 1 near the end.
That's a good. There's a couple places where it goes above 1. So there's 13 and 13. Why that is above 1 when it's should only be related to itself as a 1, and then the same thing with 11 and 11 and 10 and 10. So it'd be Standard and Excel and MN77. Push it outside of that one. But that's the only 3 that I see. I don't know what that is for or why that is. All right, I'm going to step out and eat supper for a moment. I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off, guys. I'm gonna eat as well. We will.
See you later.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah.
You too.
I have a question. Like, I have his R code, so it should be straightforward, but it is still not working, and I'm confused if I'm like running like stuff I'm not supposed to, or if not all of it applies.
Do you want to share it?
Sure. All right. Yeah, so like run my working directory, get the library, set up my file. There's the summary of it, attach it. F in the middle, oh, just to read it. And then
So you
that
have
one. Oh yeah, that one you have FS instead of your.
oh, that
And
didn't
then-
say last post. So
And then in the make a table, that one you need to change to FS.
oh geez, that's embarrassing. Thank you.
And that one also would be now a PED, I think, right?
like so.
Yeah. Okay. So there's like AFS, and I don't know where that is coming from.
That's
So-
his. Oh yeah, that's his A table of FS, right? So you would
Yeah,
yours would be A P. Yeah.
because that's coming from your make A basically in the line
Okay.
above.
And then, so this A text is. Did we create that in the last step then?
Yes, the line right above that, the make A.
Oh. Wow! Look at me go. Okay. And then this is going to be,
Yeah.
and
the
I
other one-
just be able to run these.
there's
steps.
one more in line 21. AFS.
Yeah. Sorry, you guys go really fast and I have trouble keeping up.
Yep, there it is.
Okay. And
Attached.
then, okay, so this is exported out here, and then this I would just put into Excel.
No, the other below. I don't think it's exported. Did you find it exported, Michelle?
I had like an A file created, but I just copied it directly out of R and pasted it into Excel, so it was how I wanted it.
Sorry, this noise.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like noise in this format, but. Okay, start a new tab.
And then I had to do
Oh, and then it does that weird thing where it
text to column. Yeah.
Nope, review. I had it right. Nope. Data. Oh, maybe
Fixed width for
yeah. It was, every other instance in my life, I want it to be delimited.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Less.
No.
You might want to move rows like 15 through whatever.
Yeah. I'll just do these ones for now, I guess, and then move those over. Oh, I can't do that. Wow.
Only highlight the first column in A because it's all in A.
Weird. Oh, that's nice. Cool, thank you.
Okay, so in ALA 11, that pretty much takes care of question 1, right?
Use the recursive table to determine the relationships. And we did. We made a big table of relationships. Did
So
you guys just, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you just paste the table into the assignment then?
That's what I did for now. I was debating, since he's just asking about like those 4, if I write up a little description talking about how related each of those are to each other.
That makes sense, giving it some reason, not just like spitting it out.
Yeah, so I don't know what to do at question 2.
Yeah, that's where I was at too. It's like I don't.
Let's find out. Oops. Use the phenotypic information from the Excel spreadsheet of ALA2 and the relationships determined in question 1 to generate predicted values for the highlighted varieties. Oh. Guess I'll start by going and re-downloading.
Yeah, he said it was on Canvas.
Yeah.
So we can use more on Canvas.
Ooh, just found it right now. Mine might have been okay, but if he's giving us these, I might as well just use them.
That's fair.
How do we know which belongs to Morex, Robust, Excel Standard, or do we just have to remember that from before?
I don't know. Yeah, like I have to go and figure out what because that table that it gives us doesn't even, it just like renumbered everything.
Yeah, I'm going through and fixing all of my names because it switched all around, and that's how I had a relationship between Morex and Anchor.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, like I can't tell the relationship between the lines when they're just numbers. Morex Robust Excel Standard. Those are the lines we care about. Do your Excel and Standard and MN77 have a different relationship with themselves than one?
Which ones?
So like you have like ones down the dialo,
Yeah, like it's above one.
below or above. Like for MN77, I have, oh no, yeah, above one. So like 1.15,
Yeah.
1.32, and then 1.20.
Yep. So I have that also. I was just gonna post a discussion because I don't know why that's above that, and it like we could manually change it, but then how many others are shifted off a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I just like highlighted mine in green, I guess, because they stand out as like something I can see visually
Yeah.
that is wrong somehow. Unless there's like a reason that it's like inbred, so it's like more related to itself somehow? That it would have I don't know. Yeah, that's a good discussion topic. Maybe someone will have the answer, or it'll get ignored. That's okay too, though. Excuse me.
All right, I'm back on. You guys have figured it all out, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I see Zach Vominost.
Yeah. He was so inspired by your dinner that he decided to have his own.
Good. I feel like a better human being for that.
Yeah, no, we're just parsing through question 2 and trying to make sense of what he wants from us. How ALA2 spreadsheet gets rolled into this.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you already have the calculations for the first, the first half is already there.
Yeah, we have our relationship values, and then it says to use the phenotypic information. So.
Oh, you guys already plugged in the data and got the numbers, huh?
I don't think so, no.
No? Okay. Well, I thought that's what you had done. Do you have the first set of numbers, which is what we calculated in ALA2?
Yes.
And then we're supposed to calculate or put in the new numbers and get the new relationship and then compare them and say, wow, they're not the same. And that's how I heard it.
So pretty much. Okay, so I'll share my screen and see if I'm understanding completely or not. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so what I did was I just took out the 4 lines we're looking at, and then we just plug it into like this relationship matrix.
Yep.
And that's it?
That's what I see. And then you plug that into you go to ALA2 and put that in instead and see how the whole thing works out, or if your computer catches fire. I don't know. That's pretty, what you're doing is what I'm working on right now as well.
Okay, you're saying to plug it into ALA2. Oh, where it has the relationship matrix.
Oh, I guess.
Instead, we have 1.
Yeah.
5. Okay.
Relationship matrix.
Yeah, I just have to remember what all this is. So, like, I think.
ALA2 stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can help with that, I think. And it's the important part is down at the bottom in the end, which is if you guys set it up the way I think that everybody set it up, it's U1, U2, U3, U4 for the lines, and those are your blup values. Although I'm going to put in the VRVA times 5 and then add in the relationship between lines, which is what we're getting.
Do you mind showing me what you mean? I'm confused.
I'm not quite ready to plug it in, but maybe Michelle, if you've got that.
Not yet. I was plugging it into his file because I just downloaded that, but now I'm looking back at what I originally had made and seeing how I can plug that in.
Okay.
It's a bot for 8, 3.
Oh no, we have to use our weird values that aren't equal to 1. Jock, did you get that?
Yep.
The weird over 1 values? Okay.
You're talking about in the matrix, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Yep. I like how Michelle highlighted them because that's a good point.
Yeah.
What do we do with our weird things?
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that also while you were having dinner. Because I was worried that mine were just wrong, but we're all together.
We're
so.
all wrong.
I don't know.
We'll get docked points.
Okay, yeah, so this relationship matrix isn't plugged into anything else. Is that what you guys were talking about?
What do you mean?
So, like, in the ALA2 barley pedigree tab, like, there's the relationship matrix with the diagonal. But it's not, there's no equations or anything.
Are you using the one that he gave us?
I'm looking at the one he gave us.
Okay,
I
I'm
assume
using
that's
my
why you
own.
guys are looking at yours.
I'm using my own in case it's not right.
Yeah, I just switched to my own also, but I don't have all my equations set up apparently because it's not changing like my blue and bloop values.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm wondering if I saved mine as a CSV or something stupid. I haven't opened it yet. We'll find out. So would this be the Z matrix then? Like if we had the X, Y, and Z matrices that we were doing all the work with.
X, Y.
This is a little smaller,
Mhm.
but we're looking at 4 rather than 6 lines because we're not looking at more X or something. Or we are looking at more X.
His lines, yeah, his lines, it repeated, remember? There were.
Okay, I was like trying to look for the duplicate, but I couldn't see it. Okay, yeah, so there was duplicate lines that time because of the replications.
Yeah.
Yes, one of them could go across environments, but 2 of them could not. Or 2, yeah, anyway, not important. Oh, ooh, I should go feed my cat. Getting hostile, and I realized it's because it's 7 o'clock. I'll be back.
Okay, so.
Yeah, the only problem I have with this right now is that if you double those ones that have values greater than 1, you get a greater than 2 value. You can't have that, period. Makes me wonder about how this whole thing was calculated. All right, so I got it to kind of sort of work. So I'll share.
Okay.
So if you remember all this wonderful loveliness from ALA 2,
Yeah.
so all that, so what this is this is the I don't remember why, but this is the relationship that was set up that we never used. It was kind of hinted at, or I don't know what it is, but that's what I wanted to use to compare for this right here, which is my with the calculations we got from R. So you can see that some of them are fairly close, but some of them, like these in particular right here, are kind of off compared to these. I thought that it was interesting that they're fairly,
Really close. Yeah.
for whatever you want, they're fairly close. These seem a little odd. We'll see see if Dr. Beavis responds. Anyways, so I went in here, and what I did is just changed these two cells to 2s because we know they have to be at most a 2. But otherwise, they're just a copy. Oh, no, sorry. I went and doubled everything.
Yeah.
So I doubled all these values, just made a quick little, I don't have it on here, made a quick little table, I guess, and just doubled everything. And then with it doubled, I copied and pasted those values right into here. And once I did, this is the A for covariance, the A table. As soon as I did that, I have everything plugged into all my other formulations. So it went through. So down here, these are the line values that I had before when there is no relationship at all between them. And now with the relationship we have set up, this is what those values changed to. If that helps.
So they didn't change a
yeah, a couple of them did. A couple of them, yeah, one of them didn't change. Several of the other ones kind of did too, depending on what you want it to be. And I believe those values are yield, overall yields per each line in whatever environment. So, hope that helps.
Could you show again what you got for your A, those A values? Was it?
Oh, for the A value, sorry. Yeah. And that's just doubled what we got from the R, and those R values are over to the side.
Okay, yeah.
And all of that just for good notes. Here's where it all came from. Here's the information that came from R, from running it. And then finding all of the relationships, just like what Michelle had. And then I just, like I said, just doubled everything.
And then just change the ones that were above 2 to 2.
Yep, and then just change the ones that were down here to 2. I have some concerns about these as well, but I don't know what to do with them, so too bad. And then, so yeah, that's where those values came from. And those values undoubled are over here. I carried them over undoubled already, and then I just doubled them. Put the doubled ones in there, and it all worked out.
Okay, so what all are you actually looking at then? So you're
Okay.
looking at your blue values, right?
Yeah,
Blue.
no, the BLUP values.
BLUP.
The blue values are for the environment. The BLUP are for the.
Okay. So can I see how you have those set up? My equation isn't linked. I don't know why not anymore.
Yeah, that has to do with linking to those.
Okay. Let me see if I can get it working. That looks right. Where is it not coming through? Okay, can I share mine with you to see
Yeah.
see if I can find out where I'm off? Okay, so my values are connecting to the inverse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I've got these two set up.
Yep. Are they changing when you?
No, because these are all the original values.
So they haven't changed up above.
Yeah, so I changed my A covariance table.
Yep. Is that linked to?
I was thinking, so this
Yeah,
should be
that
linked
looks
here. This is not linked. Maybe? No, that is. So then, where does that go?
Goes through all those things.
So these aren't linked anywhere. Should I have this linked somewhere?
Probably.
Because I've got
Maybe the
this linked
easiest
off of
thing.
that. So yeah, it must be this is where I don't have it connected.
I'm going to go into the Canvas in the discussion, and I'll share ALA2, my file that
Oh, thank you.
that I think will probably,
Okay, I can identify where I'm off at least too.
yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just finished trying to calculate everything manually, so I want to share and then we'll compare with the values that you got from R and see if it's making sense.
All right.
But this is what I got. Can you see it?
Just a sec. I'm loading up that file. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Okay, it should be on Canvas now. Back here. Okay. Yep. I got you, Horace.
Yeah. So on top, that's what I got using the fraction kind of the value. So let's say, what did you get for MN77 and XL?
Okay. You want me to do the one I got off of R or the one I manually did?
No, from R. From R.
From R. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I think I've got it here. So for MN77 and Excel, I got 1.33, and that's why we're concerned. And then the cell above yours, above that, which is MN77 and Excel, I have 0.906. So it's saying there's a relationship between MN77 and Excel.
Yeah, that's what they have here. That's the one that is
MN77. Oh, okay, yeah.
from X-rays. Yeah, from X-ray.
Then I was. Hold on.
So-
Yeah,
so
reading
that
these
one is
things
the
is
biggest one?
hard.
What was the
Okay,
value?
so I have 0.906.
Okay, let me see. Oh, that's what you got, 0.9. Okay, less than 1. For XL and M77, right?
I just want to make sure. I think our matrices are set up a little bit different, so I want to make sure I've got the I've got the right cells. They should still work out, but I want to make sure I have the right cells. So you Excel and MN77.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Excel and MN77. I have 0.90625.
Okay. Right now,
And then you have the next one up above is bumper in Excel.
yeah.
And I just want to see bumper in Excel. Yeah, that is a 0, so at least that agrees with you.
Yeah. And what about the zero detective themselves? You get one column there.
Yeah, it's all ones except for MN77 with itself. That is 1.16. Yeah.
Okay.
And then Excel and itself is 1.33, and standard and itself is 1.21.
But it can be beyond one.
Yeah, so it's those are the three that are over 1, and it makes no sense.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if there isn't something inherently weird in that pedigree program.
We may have to check again the R-code stack and see. Because it shouldn't be greater than 1.
I took a look in the R code. I don't see anything really odd unless it's in that line, the CPMAT with the AFS 1, 2, and AFS 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can kind of guess.
All right. Well, I'll share this. I don't know if okay. People can. I don't know some people are trying to calculate it manually and then they compare and see if it's making sense.
You know what? In fact, what I will do is I will make a copy of what I have, and then if anything, you can bring it up to Dr. Beavis tomorrow in class.
Sure. Yeah. You can post it and then I compare it and see what he says. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, other people are getting the same kind of weird answers too, so there's plenty to.
Okay, so Jacques, looking at your file, so there's two different sections that you have blue and bloop values. And they're slightly off. Can you remind me what the one on the right? So it says, without VRA divided by VA.
Yeah, he hadn't told us at that point when I set that up whether or not to use the VR divided by VA. The VRVA by 5, and I can't even remember what that is right off the top of my head.
Yeah. Okay.
So I calculated them, and then he said, yeah, use them. So then I created that whole new table on the right, and that's the one that I'm using right now.
Okay.
But does it all make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got it. Okay, you guys can go and look in Canvas, and I just posted on there the CSV setup I used for R, and then the values that I got out of it. I know a few people have also, I think Michelle and Emily, yeah, both of you have posted as well, but
Yeah.
at least it's something to start with.
Are your new predicted values just slightly smaller or greater than your original?
They are some of them are, well, one of them's the exact same.
Oh, really?
Yeah, here, I'll
Yeah.
So the ones right here are the original, and these are the new ones. So you can see there's not a lot of change with the first one, but the second one is over half less. The third one is the same, and I haven't named them, sorry. And then the last one is down a fair amount.
My originals were different from yours.
Mine too.
Well, I can't say I know that I'm right.
Me either.
I can only say that he liked them. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, so he didn't say anything bad about mine. I don't.
Was this when he was taking it easy on us?
Yeah, but some people still got marked down in these things, and I didn't get any marks off, but I don't know why.
Same.
My spreadsheet makes no sense. I don't even know where those values are in it anymore.
So what did the rest of you have, since you said yours were different?
I can show mine really quick if you want. That might be. Oops. So this is what I originally had, and then this is the new.
Okay.
Is that totally different, or?
Mine were still. Some of mine are pretty close to yours. I guess mine's just rounded different. Otherwise, mine look the same as your original ones.
Yeah, I know. Like this was the original table. I don't know if you had more.
Yeah, that's probably it right there. Because when I was running the original numbers, I only had the covariance that I had in there was just 2s, and that's it. At A table, that one right there. Yeah, that was just 2s, and then 0s everywhere else.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
Because there was no relationship between them, and they were related to themselves as 2s, and that was all there was.
I thought I still had it.
But you can change it back real quick. Just go back up to that table right there and just have the 2s diagonally and everything else as 0s.
Well, I didn't think, because originally I thought, where is it? This is what I originally had in there, I thought.
Okay, yeah, my original one that I turned into him, and it's the one that I shared, so you guys can go back and look at it, just had the 2s in the A covariance table, and that's it.
I guess either way, there is some difference.
Yes, so I just found mine values, and they're more like the latter, where I have like negative numbers that are very close to 0. I have like negative 0.3, negative 0.1, 3, 3.
Yeah. Negative 0.4, negative 0.3, 0.4, 0.3. That's the kind of relationship I had to begin with.
I think mine were similar to Emily's. I don't know where those values are from, but
Jacques, is it possible that, because you said you tried it both ways, so maybe one set of numbers was the, like with the VR by VA or V5, whatever it was?
I do have both sets of numbers. Without the VR VA is minus 0.36, minus 0.2, plus 0.44, and plus 0.53. I mean, it is different.
Okay, so I
What?
finally plugged my stuff in and got my new values,
Okay.
and they're like 0.02 or 0.2, 0.1, and then 4 and 4. So they're similar to what I had before.
Oh,
a little
yeah,
bit.
different.
They're different, yeah. When I change, because we're changing the A matrix. And these are BLUP values?
Yes, those are the BLUP values, the predicted, unbiased predicted values. Yeah,
Perfect. Not super confident.
yeah, neither am I, but
You sound so confident though, Jacques.
it's just the extreme tiredness. When you're a parent for this long, you learn to be confident even when you're just exhausted.
I don't have that skill. Living the cat life.
Yeah, you know, that's all it takes.
Same here.
Well, you guys are inspirations. I do not know how you do it.
We each get to the same end, however we got to do it. I honestly don't know how I do it either, but I was in the military. I think it's just one of those you just keep going forward until suddenly you're done. Best answer I got for you. And just like being in the military, I'm going to look back this summer, 5 years from now, and remember all this fun, and I'll be able to enjoy whatever I'm eating or drinking at the time just a little bit more because of it.
So is that it for question 2? Do we just like create the table comparing our previous and our new BLUP values?
That's what it looks like, just like the first one. You're just supposed to give them a table.
Oh, this is so cool. And by cool, I mean really doable.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? And we're creating what? An A
matrix.
A matrix, okay.
I think that's a fair thing to call it.
Yeah. I keep thinking A-frame. I don't know why I'm thinking of carbons, but no.
Because you're daydreaming about going to the lake?
No.
Or cabin? Or something?
I'm daydreaming of sunshine and no snow and not having school. That's literally, it's like a day and I have nothing to do for school. Yay!
Hey, we're more than halfway now.
Yep, we are. I was sitting at lunch right before my boss got a hold of me and said I needed to come back 45 minutes early for a meeting that I wasn't supposed to have. And I was like waiting for my food and looking through the calendar, and I went, we have actually 6 weeks of instruction left. And I didn't even count in the last 2 exams we have to do. I did count in the one we'll have next week. So we only have the exam next week and then 6 more weeks of instruction, and I think one of them will be an exam, and then we're done.
Nice. Well, he said there's like, what, 20 assignments?
He said that he could get up to ALA 20, but he wasn't sure if we would.
Okay. Well, he only had to like slow things down and like make extensions once, so we might be on track for 20.
I don't care if we do or not. I'm already really happy with everything I've learned so far.
It's true. It's true. It's all good learning. Are you guys estimating correlations for question 3?
Not yet. And he said just to compare them in the class. I'm a little leery, but I mean that's what he said.
I kind of want to maybe try and produce correlation values. Not that I know how to interpret them, but I know.
I'm not going to stop you.
I know it's something you can plug into Excel, so I'm going to see what happens. Correlation's 99.7%.
For all of them?
Yeah, well, because you have to do an array. So when I did an array of original versus the array of, I should say kinship values, not relationship values. That's what you talked about with the counselor.
So you said you got 99.7?
Mm-hmm. Or 0.997, sorry. But it's out of 1, isn't it? Correlations?
Yeah.
It's either 1 is 100%.
Yeah.
So if you made I moved to the decimal.
Yeah. Okay, I had got 0.977.
0.977.
Yeah. Did you only do the bloop values, or did you have the blue in there? Just the bloop, right?
Only the bloops. We didn't have. No one had identical values to start with.
Okay, yeah, that's probably it then.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
5.
Okay.
No, I think mine might have been like a tad bit lower.
Yeah, like I'm curious what other people's values are. So we got like 0.99, and then we got 0.97.
Oh, you're saying 0.97 is what you got.
Yeah, sorry, I'll type it in.
I thought you said 99.97.
There. It's in the group chat bubble now. That's what I got. I should have put a header on that value. Whoops.
I'm eating lasagna and my cat is staring enviously at it. And it made me think of Garfield because
That's what I was gonna say.
he's fat.
Lasagna sounds so good. The only good thing about winter is I've really been digging like all of the comfort food. I made shepherd's pie yesterday. It was so nice.
And what's in shepherd's pie?
It's like mashed potato. Well, I made it with sweet potatoes, but like potatoes in the bottom, and then it's like meat and peas and carrots and like red wine tomato sauce to like make it flavorful. And then you put more mashed potatoes on top of it and you bake it.
Okay. I've had bangers and mash, and I've had kipper, but I've never had shepherd's pie.
Weird. I thought that was just like what, like lasagna. It was just like a ubiquitous thing that like existed.
I live in Minnesota.
Yeah, I don't know where shepherd's pie comes from. It seems like a real English thing.
Oh, it is. I'm not sure what part of England, but whether it's Irish or Scottish or English, it's an English thing.
So in like, I don't know much about the States. What's like the cultural heritage of Minnesota then? What sort of like...
Hot dish and
what's
meatloaf.
comfort food? Hot dish and meatloaf.
Hot dish and meatloaf. The ever ubiquitous Minnesota hot dish.
I don't know what that... I've never heard of that one.
It's basically pasta, meat, and tomato sauce.
Oh, okay.
Think like, macaroni or you can get it with various shapes of pasta. And
Whatever you got in the cupboard that day?
Yeah, that kind of thing. You cook it up and then you add in hamburger and can of tomato sauce, and that's pretty much hot dish. Sometimes you get cheese baked on the top. You can put like tater tots over the top and cook it and all that. There's other various ways, but yeah, it's a mash.
Sounds comforting.
Yeah. Meatloaf is my thing. If I'm gonna comfort that or chicken soup. And of course, we're known for wild rice, huh?
Oh. So that's ALA 11.
So what did you talk about for the kinship versus no kinship? Did you go back and change your original table?
I just added another column and posted the same table again and said,
Okay.
like, these are my values, this is my correlation. And
Okay,
then
because
I didn't finish it. I was gonna like wait for more discussion on the board and stuff, but I was probably just gonna say like, looks like they're pretty much the same to me.
Are we calculating the coefficient of inbreeding with the R and the recursive tabular method?
I think so.
So, sorry, can somebody help me? I don't know what is wrong with my table, but for the ALA2, when I first calculated, I had like negative 0.32, negative 0.17, 0.17, and 0.36.
Mhm.
And then when I try to plug in, for some reason, the file is incorrect. So my equations are all, it's just staying the same when I plug in the different values.
Jacques posted his on the Canvas. I stole his because mine wasn't populating through.
So
one
did
area
yours
also.
come out to like negative 0.28, negative 0.3, 0.34, and 0.16?
No.
Oh, what am I doing wrong?
You may not be doing anything wrong. It may just be populating different for each person.
That makes me feel better.
'Cause otherwise, I was wondering, for the kinship versus no kinship, is that where we should plug in like the zeros and the rest of the table, like you had done, because that would be no relationship, right? So we almost need to have that value, and then the value that like the rest of us had, where we did double that original table, correct? Would that be the kinship versus no kinship? Does that make sense?
I thought it was just the original values versus these values, because the values that we used in ALA2, that's what I've been calling original values, don't account for kinship in any way. They're just like straight up values based off of our information from the field.
Does that make sense?
Whereas the data we produce today takes into account how related the lines are.
Sure.
And yeah, what we got based on our correlation value is that it doesn't really make a difference.
Okay. Yeah, what I was thinking, because like, okay, so I'll share my original one. So I had actually had like values in all of these. So I think this would technically be 0 if you were saying they were not related, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's where
Yep.
your numbers were right, or even though they were only slightly different, because I hadn't done that, had all zeros the first time. So
yeah,
thanks.
all zeros in those, and then just the 2s across. That was it. That's
Sure.
what it was originally.
Yeah, so that changed mine a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully we can do the exam this fast.
Boy, you are optimistic. I like it.
Well, I'm partially not wanting to have to do the exam, A, in the Toronto airport, or B, while I'm in Montreal.
Why are you going to Montreal?
Just for spring break, but I fly out on Friday, and it dawned on me this week that, oh shit, I still have to finish the exam before it's spring break.
And you leave Friday? Is that what you said?
Next Friday, the 15th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with you. I'd love to be done by then.
All right. Well, let's cancel all of our plans for Monday through Thursday.
What? Yeah. What else is going on? I have no life outside of this. It's school, sleep, and work.
It's true. It's true.
Wash, rinse, repeat.
I'll have like band practice on Monday night. That's the only thing I have to do other than.
You're in band, huh?
Yeah, not like school band.
Yeah. No, that's cool. We have one here too. What do you play?
I play a bass in like a rock band.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's fun. We go play festivals and play bar shows, and
that's something that now that my kids are getting out of the house and I'll be done with this, I was actually thinking, what am I going to do with my time? I'll have a little extra, and learning to play the bass is one of the things I thought about doing.
Oh, it's so fun. Plus, strangers pay me to yell at them, which is amazing. Dreams do come true.
Yeah, that's not good.
I'm not sure what I kicked over. I realized my plan's dying.
Oh my.
It'll be okay. It's a pothos. It bounces back.
So how did you do your correlations?
I just plugged it into Excel and just put COREL, I think, Coral.
Okay.
I think
And then it wants 2 arrays of data.
Gotcha.
the same way we did it for the simulated values a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Got it. I love it. So the relationship between my original values and the ones I calculated in R are 0.99. Using my hand calculated ones that I know have errors in them and I'm not going to fix them, I get, for some reason it had to run it out all kinds of decimal places. 0.989522669. Apparently it's not a nice round number of 0.99. So,
Interesting.
yeah.
Kind of encouraging, though. That means your hand calculations are pretty good if we're getting roughly.
Well, that's just correlation between all of them. Individually, they are, different. I wasn't, I say that, but standard's a mess. And I think it's because of R. But
I never thought of doing individual correlations.
I don't know if you can you?
Oh, I thought you said you did, and I was like,
No. This is the arrays, yeah.
oh, okay.
I'll see if it lets me do that, but I kind of get the feeling it won't. Nope, it don't like that.
No, I didn't think so. That's why I was like, whoa. But I guess to correlate 2 numbers would, you'd be better off just to find a mean.
And I think all of this is to show us how wonderful the bluff values are. Use your bluff.
Yeah.
It will work.
I'm just posting on the board to see if anyone else has a different approach to question 3 than using the Excel correlation tool. It just seems too easy. Too good to be true.
Yeah, I know. Everything seems to be that way in this class. I mean, you'll learn a lot.
You said it'd get easier.
I think we're all getting way smarter.
I'm not ready to go that far.
Well, that's my thought. You can't take my think away. Cool. Well, do we want to take a little look-sees at ALE 12? I feel like for 11, I kind of just want to see what people post on the boards before I submit it. But I think is everyone feeling good? And
I'm not submitting nothing till Saturday at the earliest.
Exactly.
Me either. So I'm ready to just press save and then minimize that document for
I'm
later.
looking at what Boris got, which is different. Just because it laid it out a little different, that's all.
Did he just post his?
I need
Yeah,
to.
it's just his hand done one.
Okay.
Isn't the first part of this just doing the R part like we did in 11 the same way?
Oh, for 12?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're supposed to make up a Excel file or a CSV file, and we're going to have to figure out all these relationships.
Oh, because these are way more this is way more complicated.
Yeah, because he was saying that's why he only had us do it to the F3 instead of to the F11, whatever, so we wouldn't have thousands of array cells. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Category of R1, category of E lines. Whew, okay, yeah, this shouldn't be hard, but just looking at it, it makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So like for A, B, C, D, G, H, and I, J, they would just be founder lines. Like we wouldn't need to have like unknown parents or anything.
Right. He
Yeah.
said that we wouldn't have unknown parents. We just run them as founders straight up. He said that's when he was kind of being snarky in the classroom yesterday about all the unspoken information or hidden information or whatever he called it.
Yeah. Oh, and then there's 3 different ways of presenting parentage.
What do you mean?
Well, because there's like the E lines, the R1 lines, and the L lines, and like the E's and the R's are presented in the same way with the arrow diagram. There's probably a real name for it. Whereas the L lines are like, these are the parents, or oh, these are derived from the first 2 sets of parentage. What the heck?
Okay, I see it now. For each diagram, we have to do bar basically.
So if we need to know, could you just make one giant one? One giant file?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, if I stay there and,
So is that how you're putting yours together? Just putting everything in one file then right now? Or are you gonna break it out and look at them separate and then have them all together?
I'm just gonna try and make one super grid, and then I might, like, see what happens, and then I guess if need be, it's easy enough to. You could go ahead.
Pull it out, yeah.
Yeah. I might even like color code them in my original, so I can just color sort them if I need to.
Nice.
I like colors. I am hoping I don't miss any when I put them in here. There's just so much going on. Keeps auto-filling my names. Can you put them all in one giant sheet if you're going to have stuff with the same names?
What do you mean?
Because in the E1 and the R1 pedigrees, there is line I and J as well.
But they both create K, so I think it's saying it's using the same thing.
Is it? I think it's just kind of like
it's just a different, it's like a different screenshot of the same giant table.
I think so.
So you would only put I and J as founders once, and then K as a product of IJ once, and then everything else in that table.
Yes, that's what I was doing anyway.
Okay. I will follow suit.
So I feel like putting everything into one big file is going to create confusion because G is in like two completely separate places, G and H are.
Oh yeah, completely.
I'm going to post this.
I mean, ultimately, wouldn't that just mean L and GH-F1 are related like 1/4 or something, though? Because you could use the same lines to make multiple things. It's just...
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know
how messy that'll get, yeah.
Yeah, well enough to know like what it will do and how much we might regret it.
Sure.
I guess we could just try and run it both ways and see what happens. But like it's going to be really hard to compare data amongst ourselves because like we definitely didn't do this in the same order.
Oh, true.
Well, maybe not definitely, but like low probability. I didn't calculate it, but I'm assuming. Okay, and then it looks like they did like elite crosses between the populations.
Yeah.
All right, I think I'll keep cracking at 11 by saving it and going over it again later. So my question is this. Since he's only letting us go to the F3 before moving on, do we have to, setting up this matrix, do like, let me see if I can hold the right parent, like parent I, do you have to do K, the offspring of K? Do we have to do K 1, 2, 3 to put that into effect? Or do we just give it a 0.875 value instead of a 1 value? Or did I just burn everybody's brain out?
I don't really know how to answer that question. Like, I'm just making a giant grid.
I'll post it on the discussion.
Yeah.
I hate that we have to have a discussion for every ALA.
Oh no, I like that better.
Well, it helps, but then I always feel obligated to put something, even if it's like not contributing or repeating what somebody else did.
I agree. Like, because we have and he's kind of acknowledged that, like, because we have all of this discussion online.
Yeah, he wants to give us credit for all this. So.
Yeah.
Because, like, we're putting in the hours, like, at least 8 hours discussing.
Yeah, I calculated out I'm averaging 15 hours a week on this class with the classroom video and everything.
That's decreased, though. I know
It
in the
has.
first couple weeks it was like 30.
Well, my anxiety has dropped dramatically, so that's the good part.
Yeah.
All right. I think I have a table. It looks like I did everything.
Oh my.
I have 90 entries in the ID column.
I did not have quite that many. What am I missing?
Did you not do all of the R1 by E1, that stuff?
I have those.
Yeah, so like if we went section by section for the L lines, I have 49.
Okay, let me look. For the L lines. I have 49.
Cool. And then for the R lines, I have 17.
Okay, that's where I am off.
I should have 18.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, 17.
So I guess what all did you include? So obviously, like from the bottom up, all of those are included. But did you do anything like unknowns or the parents? Like, did you include K, I, J?
So I have IJ
all the
and
founders, right?
Yeah. IJ and K, but those could potentially be removed from this one because they're technically duplicates
Okay,
in the system.
that's where I didn't include like IJK, G.
So then I would have 14
Okay.
if I took them out, which I might do right now, actually.
Okay, but I do need to include PS1. How'd you do like PS1 and F4? Just have them as founders?
I put them as founders.
Okay. I didn't have that.
I didn't the first time. I went through it a second time because I like counted how many like nodes there were on the tree.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then was like, oh, my number doesn't match.
That's a good way to do it.
So then for the E lines, I had 24 entries.
Yep, I had 24.
Okay, yeah, because I, J, and K occur there, so that's where they can live. All right, we're
Okay, so did you say you kept G and H as founders also?
G and H.
Yeah.
I have them as founders.
Okay.
Yeah. I wonder if I should resort this so that all of my founders are at the top.
Yeah, I guess I have them up at the top. So do you have them duplicated between L and R?
I do not any longer.
Okay. Because then I have 12 for R is what I have.
I am so far behind right now. You guys are just cooking with gas.
You have 12 for R now.
Yes.
Oh, because G and H are duplicates too.
Wait, so did you guys do 3 tables or 1?
Right now I have 1.
I have one giant color-coded table.
Oh, I did not color code mine. That's how you're getting all the numbers.
Yeah, just so that I can keep them distinct, because this is just like kind of my master table, and then if I need to take stuff out and make small...
You should share that, Cassandra.
Oh, that's smart. Oh, well,
Yeah.
that's gonna take that long.
I don't know, I've been burnt in this class before, so I'm trying to be smarter now. So yeah, I just have like
Very nice.
E grid, R grid, and then this grid. And then I didn't check that all of these parents occur in the other grids, but I'm assuming they do. R1, E1, E2, E3, E4,
Yeah.
R1, E1, E2, E3, E4, and then E1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and E. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are in there. Okay.
How many did you guys say you guys are coming out with now?
I think I have 85.
Okay,
85
that looks right.
here as well.
It's gonna be a huge table.
Ah.
So Cassandra, what are you doing right now? You're highlighting everything, but
I'm just putting them in order so that the headers are in order, except that didn't work. It did this stupid thing. Where it...
oh yeah, and I can't remember. There's a way to do that.
I just want to be able to find individual lines in the table with more ease.
So you have the green. How did you organize that? I'm sorry, I didn't catch all that. I can understand how you did the A table, and that's just so you get all the way down to E5.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next one is, how did you break up the next two, I guess? Or is it the fact that the next one is the, yeah.
It's just from a different section. So this was like that third place.
Yeah. It's all the arrows, and then the blue section you've got now was just the tables.
From the tables, yeah. And then I just put them in the
Gotcha.
order because I like that. It might not matter. And then in these other tables too, I kept founder parents at the beginning of the subsets.
No, that's really smart.
Maybe.
No, that's a really good way to do this. That looks awesome.
It's about damn I contributed something.
Oh, whatever. And then you just reorganized it all by alphabetical, huh?
Yeah, that seemed like the most logical way to do it because like I just haphazardly pulled stuff, and then also it'll make it easier if we want to compare our tables.
That is a great idea.
I'll switch these two parents though in my second subset so that they're actually in alphabetical order. Where the heck does PSH come from? Is that a self?
Okay, so just to get this clear, for your first set, what the heck? Somebody just came in my back door. I didn't even know they were gone. For the first set, do you have 24 founding parent, or 24, yeah.
I got 24.
It's not all alphabetical. I was just looking to see. So there's 24 of them in there. Okay, got it.
24 total, yeah.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking.
And then 12. And then 49. 24, 12, 49. And I'll take those numbers.
The ones that are copied over, in other words, I, J, K, from the first group, you just don't carry them over into the second group. You just note that they are there. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, because I think that R might get upset. I typed the amount of entries for each subset into the group chat. But yeah, anyway, I think that R will get upset.
Thank you. Yep.
I can't remember more than one number for more than like 30 seconds, so.
You are not alone.
How are you guys sorting? You guys are sorting alphabetically by each of the, like, so the first section, sort that, and then the second section you guys are sorting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had like the E lines, the R1 lines, and then the L lines. And then I had founders first in alphabetical order, and then progeny in alphabetical order.
Got it.
Did you guys say you had 85 total?
Yeah. 86 with the header.
I have 88.
Do you have some of the founder lines twice?
No, I made sure I only put them once.
Because I had like H and I twice, and it almost snuck by me.
Yeah, I just double checked. They're only in there once.
Huh.
I don't think I repeated anything.
How many entries do you have in each subset?
I did one big list.
Okay, so they're too hard to break apart.
For the... I have... let me look. 29 of the E.
Okay, and I have 24 E lines.
Ah, maybe that's where it happened. Why did I do that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what all were you sorting after that? Just the L lines?
Yeah, so I had like E lines, R lines, and then L lines. And then each subset, so E, R1, and L are a subset. I had the founders at the top of the list in alphabetical order, and then the progenies in alphabetical order.
Okay.
I just counted the E lines. There's actually 29.
Ooh, what am I missing?
So I think I'm missing one. Oh wait, now I got 29. Okay.
I counted 24 when I counted the nodes again, so I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
AB,
Wait, counted the nodes.
like each letter is a node if it was like a branching.
Yeah, because are you talking about on like the very page 4?
No. Wait.
Page 2 of the ALA 12 document that says LELA 9.
So where it's A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
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 You want to read yours, Emily, or show it?
I mean, this is my file, but so like the first 2 diagrams, I just kind of, in my mind, put this together as one and just kind of went through the levels.
Okay.
And then once I got to R, then I went down here and I put all of these on the file, and then all of these. So that's not what everybody else did. Did I do it wrong?
I don't know if it's necessarily wrong. Like, as long as you have a chart that accounts for every parent and cross represented in the diagrams. And then we don't know if we want to look at all of them at once or if we want to be looking at, like,
yeah,
E lines and R lines and L lines separately.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants a little bit of everything.
Probably. That's why I just tried to make mine, like, really easy to pull apart, just in case we do have to, like, pull a 180 or 360 or some sort of big turn.
Yeah, I wish I'd have done that, but I don't think it'd be too bad to change it because
No, like that just took us what, like 15 minutes.
Yeah. It always gets easier the more times you have to repeat it.
That's very hopeful. That was beautiful.
That's what this class has taught me.
Yeah, I don't even get upset when I have to close R and start again anymore. I'm just like, oh, practice.
Yes, you have matured and grown.
Okay. So just so I try to have the same order, I'm going to share what I have and see if this is how you went about it. Okay, so you have all the E1, E2, E3, E4, and then all the R in order, right? So basically sort by this, then this, then this.
I just sorted them by the progeny name, despite what the parent might be.
Okay, so just by this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It was just a tidy, quick sort, because when you make your chart, then you can find things in alphabetical order in that top, in the grid headers.
Sure.
Let's see if somebody can figure out how to keep our headers, keep our labels, whatever, because that would be...
It's
insanely
probably similar to in one of, like, I don't know exactly what line of code it would be, but I feel like it's probably going to be similar to some of the stuff we were, cancel.
All right, so how many of these stupid things did I just enter?
I got an error that my pedigree is not ordered.
24, 12, 49.
Did you just try and plug this into R?
Yeah, I mean, it's still like, I'm just in like the first section of the code.
Yeah.
It still produced an output, but then it says there's an error because it's not ordered. Oh well.
What does it want ordered?
I don't know if it's because like there's a grandparent listed before a grandkid, like, or a vice versa, whatever, something like that.
I wonder. I thought about that when we were plugging them in, but I was like, no, R is so smart. R can do anything.
Yeah, I had that thought as well, but I was like, kind of same as you. R can deal with it.
And it might.
Rats. All right, so I'm going to try and, plug mine in and see what it says.
So I plugged mine in, and I've got a ton of zeros. Like, it stopped after a point, and all I got was zeros after that. So let me know what you...
broke R.
Yeah, I got like the first 13, and then everything else is all zeros.
Yeah, pedigree needs to be ordered. Damn it.
You have to have all your founders at the top, right?
Yeah. And like when I set mine up doing that, like I was following along the order of everything for it. So I don't know why it's saying it's not ordered.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try moving all of my founders to the top because I had them in subsets.
Did you get the same problem?
I haven't gotten that far yet. I was so excited that I made this chart that's just all I can do ever again.
I didn't have my
Oh.
all at the top, but I didn't get zeros all the way.
You didn't?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna try and plug this. I'm gonna close
Oh
R.
wait, I think I... Ah, damn it. I got a bunch of zeros.
How many columns did you actually get with data?
Me?
Emily, if she didn't get them all.
I don't know if I had any.
Oh, really?
I can't see everything, but... Damn it. Now R's being stupid.
And Tiffany, did you get data for everything?
Oh shoot, I'm trying to put the wrong data set in.
I mean, there's some zeros, but there's also values in there.
What the heck?
Then at the bottom it says reached, get option, max print, omitted 74 rows.
Mine
Did
says
you
that
write
also.
your options max print?
Oh.
I have that just as like something I do every time because
Yeah.
he said it was important. So I
Yeah.
just take that into the chat menu.
I didn't even have it in my chat menu. It still gave me that.
Pedigree is not ordered. I got the error too.
Did you change your pedigree order before you did it? Like you said, where you had all your founders at the top?
I did resave it in that format,
Okay.
and that was not enough.
Yeah, like I said, I went through and I followed along the pedigree, but it still yelled at me.
My wife, and I knew it the second that I heard the first few notes of the movie, is watching Sabrina. I do too. I like that movie. You can laugh at me all you want.
Oh no, I think I'm going to turn into a pumpkin soon.
I hear ya. I'm glad he got very excited about having to go back to Bernardo's book. Shows that he loves his work. I'm like that with my own certain things, but yeah.
Passion is a beautiful thing.
It absolutely is.
So I have, H4, I have listed as a parent before H4.
Okay, say that again.
So I'm just like going through and looking at the parents and seeing if I have something listed as a parent that isn't in the chart yet. So in the second subset, H4 was listed as a parent. Yeah, it was listed as a parent before it was appeared in column A.
Gotcha.
That was hard to spit out. And then same with D4. PSHF1.
Yeah, but that gets to be a problem because you have to have A4 listed before C4. I suppose you can move PSHF1 up.
Yeah, I moved that one up.
I still had some of the parents before it was listed in column A, but it worked. I don't know why.
You got the magic spreadsheet.
Maybe I'll share it. Can I share it on here? I can share it on Canvas.
That might be more helpful. If you share it on here, then we would just have to like take screenshots, but you can't maneuver them as well.
I don't know if it's right, but it worked. So
There are loops in the pedigree. Are you guys getting that?
I am.
Okay.
But I'm also getting a bunch of zeros, so.
Yeah. So I just reordered mine, and I'm gonna save it now that I've changed it around, and close R and start again.
You guys have 85, is that correct for the true? 85 increase?
Yeah, that's what I was using.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't get that far, I guess, but I will change that right now so I don't forget about it when my time finally comes.
Oh yeah, there's a crap ton of zeros.
And that
For
might
the
be
81, 82,
great.
83, 84, 85, and there's a crap ton more zeros, and a crap ton of zeros, and a crap ton of zeros, and a whole bunch of zeros. And a whole, wow, it goes to 13 is the last
Okay,
one
that's
that has-
exactly where I'm at.
but you guys have all zeros up to 13?
After 13.
Oh, after 13.
Yeah, 13 by 13 is as far as it goes.
I
And
shared
base-
my file in case that helps.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look because my pedigrees are still out of order.
Hmm.
Yeah, the only thing I'm seeing that I did different, like I did put in values, I guess, for ID parent on the founders. Maybe that's it on mine.
Oh, from the previous.
Yeah. Like for A, I just put A and A. Which I don't really need.
But then I don't know how to get it to not omit the 74 rows. Because it's only giving me 11 rows.
Oh, it is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm not even in the right.
I'll just add this too. I don't know.
Pedigree is not ordered.
Okay, so there's something else weird going on because when I look at my summary of the file, I've got 77 plus 6 IDs. I've got 31 parent IDs, of which one is blank, and I'm assuming that's because of the founders, that there's 10 founders. And there's actually one less parent ID 2, or one more parent ID 2 than there is a parent ID 1. So I don't know if maybe something isn't jiving in the, like some of the GH-F1s or PSH-F1s are screwing things up. Or PS1s, I mean, I don't know, but I doubt that. I'm just wondering if that dash isn't upsetting the system.
I left out the dash in my file. I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, I think it does. I know R and SAS and all that get real grouchy about things. I'm going to try it without it.
That, like, it doesn't make sense, but because it's R, it makes sense that would just be how it's coded, is to like only recognize certain characters, and that a special character might just be too much. Too much to ask for.
Oh, so you know how I got that get option omitted 74 rows? Michelle, you got that too, I think. But if I double click on the CP map on the top right of the R Studio, then it'll bring it up on the top left hand side with all of it. Does that make sense?
I think so.
So I just tried running Tiffany's data set, and I still got pedigree is not ordered.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that now too for no reason.
Yeah, I'm still not getting values for everything.
Yeah, so I got 85 observed of 3 okay. So I still observed 5. It just was a warning. This code is so weird. Like, you get a lot of errors in it, but it still works.
Pedigree is not ordered.
Whew, okay. I just got a bunch of zeros, so I did something wrong.
Trying breaking it down, and so far I got values for the whole first page, but I don't know if that's a good way to approach this.
Yeah, I'm almost tempted to just like go to bed and see if he talks about it in the lecture.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm starting to think.
It's 9 o'clock on a school night.
Maybe we just need to like ask a couple questions in the discussion, and hopefully he'll look at it.
Yeah, I mentioned my like pedigrees out of order error.
Yeah, and I'd asked about doing it all together or separate, and hopefully he'll look at it.
I wish that there was emojis in the discussion board so that I could get the one of the like confused person putting their hand.
No, if you start doing that, I'm going to start putting in, asking for emojis that are a little more dangerous, you know. The more dark humor kind of things that would probably go in bad direction. The grad student up on the ledge of the building looking down. Do I, don't I? Well, everything that I'm seeing about a CSV table for doing pedigree all has the IDs as just numbers. And there's no lettering and there's no hyphens or anything like that. So I don't know if that's any issue.
Yeah, I kind of just had like a word vomit question where I was just like, it looks like you can still run it when pedigrees are out of order. Ultimately, I just got a table full of zeros. Also, does R not accept special characters in the name of quote unquote individuals / progeny?
This is really weird because he doesn't even use the same commands that everybody else does for pedigree. Everybody uses a command called pedigree. We do not have that in our... We have a loading, and then we have the CP mat and AFS, and which, don't get me wrong,
I guess that's why he just like gave us the code and was like, use this. Just use this.
At least we got like legitimate code this time.
wow, dark. I like it.
Like that first week, it was just like, use this, this.
Well, yeah, it's like, here's some helpful hints and a few things at the top. I'm like,
what's this
no
do?
clue. No clue.
Well, we got a pretty good head start. And like after doing the last assignment, once we figure out, it's not even like understanding, it's just making our...
Oh, I have two L15s and two L41s. Why is that?
In your table that it's generating?
Yeah. That's what it says. There are two. I'm going to order my... I'm going to sort it and see what happens. Yes, there are two. That's probably what's screwing it up. I have an L41 that is created from an R1 and an E2, and I have an L41 that's created by an E2 and an E3.
I have two L41s. I never saw that.
Yeah, me too.
And the same thing with L15. There's an R1 and E1 and an R1 and E2.
Why would he do that?
You know, I like Dr. Beavis, and the more he gets devious like this, the more I like him.
Wait,
I think he's like, oh yeah, this will be, this won't be that hard. All you have to do is generate this, and I swear there's like this little smirk.
where are you seeing stuff twice?
Yeah, so
I ordered the list. Okay, so R1 by E1 has an L15 in it on the sheet that he gave us. And then I'm looking for the other one.
I want to see
one. R1 E1 and then R1 E. Why does R1 E2 say that there is an L15? I don't see that. Did something? You
so
haven't
I'm sharing my screen, and I have them highlighted right now. I put a 0.2 behind it, but then I remembered that it doesn't like special characters.
Yeah, you might just have to put an A and a B behind it or something like that. But why is that there?
If you look on our homework assignment, though, it's not listed twice.
I don't see it twice. Did it just like auto-populate?
Why would it do the exact same thing to both Cassandra and I for exactly those? Because it was auto-populating other things and we caught them.
I've been trying to use Tiffany's data sheet because mine was so correct.
But I do have two L41s, which is weird.
Yeah, well, I stole yours, so.
Okay, R1E2.
I think one of the L15s is actually supposed to be L1. I think I messed it up in my original file. There should be a L1 that's R1 by...
Yeah, I don't have an L1.
E2. That's messed up in my file.
Okay, but how did we make the same freaking mistake?
So where is this guy from?
Yeah, what?
Okay, so I'm gonna say that's that, but L41.
Do we have L4?
My L15's messed up too.
This should be L4.
Which
2
one?
and 3. E2, E3 should be L4.
Okay.
I might have to post a new file.
A disclaimer. Check the files before you run them. Okay, I'm gonna try and run this one more time without the duplicates, and then I'm stopping.
Yeah, I think I quit.
I'm with you. I'm gonna give it a shot.
I'm curious. We've spent all this time already.
Hey, we're up to 85 entries, so that's good. Parents are still off by 1.
I still just have a big table of zeros, though.
Me too.
Yeah, mine keeps saying pedigree is not ordered.
Yeah.
Well, that's saddening. All right, I quit.
That's it. I've had enough excitement for one night. I don't know if I can handle anymore.
Ladies, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a delight. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks for working on it with me. See you Saturday.
Yeah, I'll be on Saturday.
I'm not sure how much and when, but I'll be on Saturday and Sunday.
I've got bowling with summer students tomorrow night, so
Lovely.
yeah, see you guys Saturday morning.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.